Aha. Aha.
Hello and welcome to another stream of Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation. Going to try to get the game done today, but if not, even though I've titled it The Last Tomb Raider Game for 2023, I'll still do another stream of it in 2024 to actually finish it off. But we'll see how we go.
No.
That son of a bitch. I forgot that he was actually there, but that was lucky that his character model didn't push Lara's off as well. That I was able to do the hop back and he just fell to his death instead. Hello there, Mr. Gote. Good afternoon to you as well, dude. Welcome on in. Hey there, Tech. I'm doing good. How about yourself? You forgot that my Friday is before yours. Yeah. Starting a bit late my Friday, there was some storms and stuff. So I was like, need to hang back a bit and wait how that went. I might not be finishing this game today, so if that ends up being the case, I'll just do another stream of this next Friday, even though it'll be 2024. I won't be able to call it a playthrough. That's the last Tomb Raider game for 2023. If I need another stream, but that's okay. This isn't a deadline playthrough anyway. You can keep coming back here every so often to get new dialogues with Lara's friend here, but in this playthrough, just going to get this initial one.
Lara, you are alive. I feared for you. What's...
Von Croy has the amulet.
Ah, this is bad. But he doesn't yet have the armor. There is still time to prepare for Set.
Jean, I'm tired. Give a girl a break.
My dear, when all this is over, you can retire. But now we must move swiftly. My men dive in the bay for remnants of Cleopatra's lost palaces.
Cleopatra?
Yes, she realized the armor's significance and had it brought here. Some was subsequently scattered, but...
And where would you recommend I start looking?
In the catacombs under Alexandria, my diggers have unearthed chambers connected to the Great Library. This would hold the true location of Cleopatra's palaces. We have yet to find a way in, but you...
Take me there.
There is a problem.
Von Croy.
Yes. His dig is expanding, crossing many of my own tunnels. Of course, my men would no longer work when Von Croy's thugs appeared on the scene.
Time to introduce myself to Werner's loyal workforce.
First, you must get into the catacombs. Von Croy has them completely sealed up, and I fear he will soon have the armor.
Over my dead body.
This I fear also. I shall wait here for news. Return if you feel I can help in any way. Good luck, Lara. I fear you may need it.
I make my own luck.
I love it better when Lara says it. I make my own luck. Hey, Afro. Welcome. Indeed. FMV sequences. Definitely outdated, but they still have their charm, I think. Okay, there's no need to worry about using a health item, because this is a part of the game where the whole location is divided up into loading screens. And as you go through one loading screen from one area to the next, Lara gets all her health back. Except if you die. That's what I get for being a smartass. But the point still stands. That if you want to conserve your medikits, there's no need to, unless you really need to and you're very far away from a loading screen. Aha. Forgot to grab these. Yoink, we'll take these. It's a good thing I died, actually. I would have kept on going and not remembered I needed the laser sight. Then I would have had to backtrack all the way back here. We'll take that. Alright, now Lara will get full health back, see? And you can go back through here. So there's quite a few areas that are divided up into loading screens that you can use to your advantage to refill your health without using your health kits. Afro, it really makes you chuckle every time when you see any old game, not Tomb Raider specifically. You used to think, wow, this is the best looking game ever, and then came more modern games, little silly you think. I mean, it's understandable, you know, like, when you have no comprehension firsthand of anything more advanced, it's understandable to think that whatever the current is the most advanced that you've seen and still be wowed by it. Ah, damn. I died because as I went through the air, the spikes went up. Yeah, and then that'll do that. Alright. Oh, too far to the right. Tech, that was bullshit. That's true, yeah. Can be a bit bullshit. Especially when you're like, hang on, I made the jump. There we go. Because I triggered it at all is why Lara died from that one. Good. Alright, so we got past that part. Now to combine the laser sight with the crossbow. Equip that. Make sure I don't have explosive arrow. Don't want to waste that. I'll eat your heart. Yes, Afro, indeed. Alright, let's make a save now. Just gotta remember and test. Alright, so I made that, and then got that's right, I made push in right stick zoom in and right bumper zoom out. Now, how bullshit was that? I've lost control. I don't see an end. There's no escape. I don't even have a home anymore. Time to buy a new keyboard. Thanks for redeeming the Arnie impression, Mr. Goatee. Now that we have this, we can combine the wall hook with the broken handle. The hook and pole has two parts, the hook and the pole. After you completed your Witcher 3 playthrough yesterday, overall one of the best single-player open-world games you've played, definitely in your top 5. With the base game ending well, you got probably the best ending in the game, but it just ended quite abruptly, you think. You didn't get enough time to soak it in, kind of. I see what you mean, yeah. Yeah, like, there's parts that you feel like maybe you didn't give it enough time to soak it in, or you didn't get enough because of the drive of the narrative and things like that. Because when I played that game, I initially set out with the objective of getting all the question marks unlocked on the map, but also get all those locations done. Ultimately, I stopped that at some point, but I kept with doing as much of the side stuff as possible. There's a lot of side stuff that I missed out on, though, at the start of the game in Velen that on a second playthrough I definitely would do, but you can also do content in a certain order as well. Like some people go off and do the Skellige stuff before they do the Baron stuff as well, you know, and there's I can't remember the channel, but there's a channel on YouTube that actually explored all the different variations depending on which content you did in what order. Afro, well, you think the final mission was as epic as you thought it would be. It was quite short, and you were already over level for Eridan, the final boss, so you didn't even put up a fight. Oh, hell yeah. That's a good feeling when you get to a major boss, or the final boss in the game, and you're already OP above them. You're just like, ha ha ha. The final mission felt quite normal. Yeah. Well, I hope you enjoy the Hearts of Stone and the Blood and Wine DLCs, because they're really cool too. Take, you had that experience with Witcher 3 final boss, 4 hits, and that's only because the sequence animations needed to play. That's definitely not a long boss fight. Just 4 hits. Damn. Afro, the rune right guy, gonna take all your money. It's gonna be like, I want all your money. fucking forgot about the bloody rock. I didn't smell what he was cooking. Afro, it takes 45,000 crowns to upgrade the Runewright guy in context. Emir, Ciri's dad, Emperor of the North, was going to give you 4,000 for finding her. Just 4,000? That's pretty lame. About 40. About 400,000. Afro just came out of nowhere. It did. See, these old school Tomb Raider games, they had a lot of surprises. Afro, to be honest, you just can't wait to finish this DLC because you're getting kind of tired of this base map. Well, that's fair enough too, as well. Give you something new to experience. Tech, speaking of OP, just killed 10 levels ahead of you at AC Odyssey on the Merc list in 3 blows. Oh, hell yeah, dude. That's a very satisfying feeling as well. Doing that torch challenge I'm doing with the game at the moment, I do miss my usual tactic, which is I have the flame ability and then just basically upgrade the fire damage further in terms of using Hephaestus and all that kind of stuff, and using that. I kind of miss being able to do that with that torch challenge, but Even though it's technically fire, I still got to stick with using the actual torch. Tech, do you think you'll buy the torch weapon in future? Buy the torch weapon. Which one? Oh, the Olympic torch. Okay, yeah, I didn't even know that was a thing in that game. The Olympic one. But no, it has to be the torch that you have on you. The unlimited one. Tech, took the liberty of sending you the wiki on the item to UAC Discord page. You saw it earlier in the shop, thought of you funny enough. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, I don't remember ever knowing about that before. Because usually when I play the game, there's very specific goals I have in mind, and I don't really pay much attention to what there is available to buy and stuff. But that's cool. But yeah, something like that for the challenge I'm doing, I wouldn't be able to use it. But it is funny that there's actually an official torch weapon.
My name is Maximus Decimus Meridius, Commander of the armies of the North, General of the Felix Legions, and loyal servant to the true Emperor Marcus Aurelius. Father to a murdered son, husband to a murdered wife, and I will have my revenge, and I will have my vengeance in this life or the next.
Thanks for redeeming that Bane impression, Harbinger. Heck, that monologue is legendary. Yes, definitely a popular quote. It's crazy to think that movie came out 23 years ago. Harbinger, let me jump across. You shall not pass. Indeed. Good morning to you as well, Talion. Welcome on in, dude. How's things? Talion, very well, thanks. Completed Alan Wake 2 yesterday, and you still can't stop thinking about it. How's things here with you and Lara this fine morning? Glad to hear that you're going well, dude. That's awesome. And that's great that you finished Alan Wake 2. GG's on that, dude. Yeah, I was the same as well. Did you skip the credits and see the after credit sequence as well? But things are going well. I don't know if I'll be finishing this game today, but just get as far as I can, and then I can just do another stream with this next Friday to finish off what's left. But yeah, it's going really good. Things are going well. Having a good Friday. Having to imagine unskippable credits in order to watch the true ending. Yeah. Yeah, there's one of the Assassin's Creed Chronicles games, and I always forget which one out of the three, but in one of those games, if you actually skip the credits, you can't see the after credit sequence. Oi. It's time to get Sarah Connor in Terminator 2 on these skeletons. Except Lara's got more bullets to use. Talion, that's what you like, and you did. Unexpected, but welcomed, aside from you don't understand, but that's normal when it comes to something that's not meant to be easily understood. Yeah, how can I sort of, like, say something without spoiling anything? It's one of those things where you know how you might have an initial thought about something, and then something else comes along, and you then go, okay, my initial thought doesn't actually make sense, or it's not relevant anymore because the new information given overwrites, whatever it might have been. That's how I felt with that ending for Alan Wake 2. Very difficult to gauge someone's threshold of spoilers. It can be. Yeah, it definitely can be. Oh, of course that would fucking happen. Jesus Christ, where did I save last? Nuh. Tallinn, for sure, I know exactly what you mean, and to be fair, like, you understood it more before than you do now, like, even though it didn't. It made sense without the post-credit scene, albeit there's always unanswered questions. That's it. Exactly. Yeah. So I'm curious about what's going to happen next. Hopefully we don't have to wait 13 years to find out, like we had to get the second Alan Wake. Which, speaking of, I think either this year or next year marks the 13th anniversary of Skyrim. I mean, we know that another one's coming, but question is, when will it release? When people who are now in their 30s are in their 60s? Ah, yes, the Elderly Scrolls. Talion, literally. That's it. And I can't wait for Control 2 as well. That's the other great thing, is that Control has such a really cool world that if you've never played Alan Wake before, you can still totally enjoy. You can still fully enjoy the experience. But if you're a fan of Alan Wake and you've played Alan Wake before, there's a lot of really cool things that they obviously put into Control that make it in the same universe. Oops. Harbinger Elder Rod playing Elder Scrolls 6. Exactly. I've come out of streaming retirement to play Elder Scrolls 6. And then I die on the last mission before finishing the game. No. The final fighter. Mr. Gote, you're playing Final Fantasy while watching today. Are you really? Oh, cool. Which one? Mr. Gote, Crisis Core 1 with Zack, and also you're missing the part where the assassin comes up to you and goes, "Why not get some rest?" Yes. Why not get some rest indeed? Here, have a permanent rest. So Crisis Core 1 with Zack and that. Yeah. I mean, there's so many games in that series that I have no idea about which is what. Hey there, Shin. How's it going? Final Fantasy is the second largest JRPG franchise. So what is the first largest one? First Fantasy? No, just kidding. Mr. Gote, Crisis Core is a prologue to 7. Okay. Prologue to 7. Is there a prologue to the prologue of the prologue to 7? No. Shin, it's Pokemon, is it? Ah, of course. Mr. Goethe, you wish. It's all sword fighting and magic. Magic. See, and actually there is a second prologue to Final Fantasy VII. It's called Final Fantasy VII The First Soldier. And is there a prologue to the prequel of the sequel to the prologue? No. See, in Final Fantasy VII, The First Soldier is about Sephiroth. Mr. Goethe may be in Japan. Most likely. Possibly. And not even translated yet. Yeah. Mr. Goethe, need to start a series called I Buy Weird Shit from Japan. Episode 1. A life-size Godzilla. Mr. Goethe, second life-size Cloud and Kirby statue and collectible Nintendo. Yep. Skeletoni. Mr. Goethe, then Season 2, Episode 9, Goat Goes to Japan. And then you could do an episode where you meet, like, Hideo Kojima and Shigeru Miyamoto and a lot of other legendary figures in video games. Mr. Goethe, you wish. Yeah. Yeah, that would be awesome. Of course, the arseholes would fucking do that to me. Anyway, not to worry. That's true, Mr. Goatee, yeah. Yeah, Hideo Kojima. It came about too because Kojima and filmmaker Guillermo del Toro and actor Norman Reedus were working on that Silent Hill game called Silent Hills, but that fell through, and so they decided to collaborate instead on another game, and that was Death Stranding. Konami's failure by cancelling that led to Capcom's success with Resident Evil 7. Capcom took the risk with a first-person Resident Evil game, and one that, you know, you don't play as any of the legacy characters. And, I mean, you know, like with everything, just because it was successful and led to more Resident Evil games does not mean that every single player on the planet is a fan of it, but the risk was taken and it paid off for Capcom. Mr. Goethe, you love Resident Evil 7. I enjoyed it. At first I was a bit skeptical, because from the trailer that I had seen, showing the Baker family, I thought that, maybe they're changing things up, where they want each Resident Evil game now to be a standalone, where in this Resident Evil game we deal with psychos. In the next game we might deal with, you know, werewolves. In the next game after that we might deal with, you know what I mean? So I wasn't sure what they were going to do with it, but I actually liked how they incorporated the use of a virus into all that. And especially because, you know, when people are sick, sometimes they can become delirious and think they're seeing things that they're not. So why not have those same effects with a virus that infects the person and doesn't just physically affect them, it also mentally affects them. And if you think about it, with Umbrella trying to find a way to create super soldiers essentially, and being able to have soldiers that can die and then just come back, and regeneration and all that kind of stuff. It all, made sense. And the whole idea of having you play as someone that you don't know anything about and who doesn't know anything about this kind of stuff was a fresh way to approach it. And people who hadn't played the previous games could actually play Resident Evil 7 without needing any prior experience playing the other games. Because since Ethan is new to all this stuff, if people are new to it themselves, then that's their own sort of like experience being transplanted into the shoes of the main character as well, like an audience surrogate. Like for example, you might have this magical world and a character is being introduced to it for the first time. So that character is your surrogate as the audience member who hasn't experienced this world either before. And so you're experiencing it at the same time as the main character is. So for example, with Harry Potter, for example, you're experiencing his experience of being new to all this and finding out all this stuff. And there's countless examples in movies and stuff. And it's the same in video games. And in Ethan's case, it's the same. And so him not having as advanced skills in combat like legacy characters, Jill and Chris and Leon and Claire and Ada and Rebecca, not having those sorts of skills, it means that it adds a little bit to the whole concept of you're playing as someone who's new to this whole thing. And the first person view is definitely, obviously a literal different perspective. Not that it was the first game in the series ever to have that first person view, but it's a couple of things at once and all that kind of stuff. But then again, even knowing all that explanation, even having that reasoning, it's still fair that people are like, no, I don't like Resident Evil 7, I don't like the first person view, I don't like playing as someone who's not a legacy character, and that's fine. All that stuff is still valid, and I can understand that too, especially when there's a new Resident Evil game. A lot of fans who have a favorite character are hoping, will we get to play as Jill again? Will we get to play as Chris again or Leon again? And Resident Evil 7 didn't provide that, of course, in that way. But having Chris turn up does help it a little bit. And there's little things in the gameplay that are very reminiscent of the old school Resident Evil as well. The inventory management in and of itself isn't necessarily an element that makes it a Resident Evil title. There's also certain things like at the end of the game being thrown a special weapon by a character off screen in a final boss encounter. That's something that's happened in the earlier Resident Evil games. But also this sense that as you're going through the story, you're learning more stuff. Like if you remember back to the original Resident Evil, or the remake of Resident Evil 1, on the surface, it's just about zombies and, oh look, there's this mansion that we're stuck in. But as you go through the story and you read diary entries and the story progresses, you start to realize, oh, so there's a underground laboratory underneath the mansion. And when you get to that point in the story, that's when you start to learn stuff. And so in Resident Evil 7, on the face of it, it's just about you trying to survive against this crazy family to rescue your girlfriend. But as you go through the game, you start to learn more about actually what's been going on, and you get an explanation for what the virus is and how it works and all that kind of stuff. So there's certain structural elements of Resident Evil 7 that go back to what you had in the previous games in the series. But again, having said all that, that doesn't mean that people who don't like it should automatically change their mind. As I like to say, just because you know the reasoning behind something doesn't mean that that should be what changes your mind. For some it might. For some they might go, oh, okay, well that makes sense then. If this was this way, then yeah, I can see that, and then they might change their mind. But other people might be like, nah, I don't like that explanation. It might make sense, but I just don't like it. And that's fair and valid too, as well. Mr. Gote, you do enjoy our daily chits and chats about stuff. Same here as well, Mr. Gote. It's always good to be able to talk to people about things, and that's one of the great things about being a streamer as well. is different people with different sort of things that they have going on and want to talk about and things like that. So, hey Star, welcome on in. Resident Evil 7 is creepy, the family is nasty. They very well, they definitely are, Star. Like, holy shit. But yeah, don't reject any food that Margarita's made. You'll piss her off. Hey McChimpy, how's things going? Welcome on in. McChimpy, just finishing up night shift, 7:30 here. How's your day been? Oh, that's good, McChimpy, that you're finishing up. That's definitely cool. I hope your night shift has been going really good. As for my day, it's been going great. Been having a really good one. That pausing is on purpose. When I have to click off the screen. Star, swear it looks like you shoot her in the nasty no-no area when you're up against her. McChimpy, you attempted to nap on your break, but that destroys you for the rest of the shift. Oh, well, that's definitely fair as well. That's for sure. These little elements are the worst. Yeah, having to deal with that. Star, you'd be good for night shift. You seriously can't sleep well. Yeah, that's the thing. There's definitely things where if you can't get to sleep, there's things that could give you an advantage. McChimpy, you work from home, so spent the last few hours playing Red Dead 2, still on your first playthrough and only 25% complete. Such an amazing looking game. Oh, it really, really is. Yeah, I'm looking forward to replaying that game again. There's just so much to it as well. But that's still good progress though, that you're about 25% through it. McChimpy, yeah, it's a long game, but you prefer fleshed out games anyway. That's true. There's a lot that you can savor as well. Things that, if you really like exploring, you can get good rewards for doing so. Sometimes, obviously, it's like rewards in terms of weapons. You might find a weapon, or you might find a hat, or something like that. But you can also get rewarding things like you might come across a character's mission that you wouldn't otherwise, and things like that. And it's all different for everyone. Like someone might come across a certain character earlier than others might in their playthrough, and sometimes there's characters that might appear in multiple locations. So it can create a situation where each player has a different experience meeting that character for the first time, because they might have been doing something at the time that the other player wasn't, or in an area at the time that the other player wasn't. Thank you so much, Tech and Chimpy, for the feedback and the kind words as well. Really appreciate it. Does that command actually work too? Tech, I didn't realize. That's cool. Yeah, I didn't realize that you can put exclamation mark how long. I thought it was always exclamation mark followage. Cool. Thank you so much for the 1 year, 10 months, and 23 days of followage, Amateur Tech. Yeah, Tech. Yeah, it's crazy to think too. Like 2016 was when I first started streaming. Timpy, that's true, Rod. That makes you even more excited to play more. Exactly. Yeah. And then you can, sort of like do different approaches to different things too, as well. Missions where it's like, hey, they give you a choice. Do you do it this approach or that approach? Star, thank you so very much for the 1 year, 2 months, 19 days, and 3 hours of followage. Thank you very much for that. There are actually games I need to get to eventually as well, like Demon Souls and Dark Souls and Elden Ring and Sekiro and all those games. I've got a lot of those to catch up on. Tech, add it to the list. I got you. Slides Metal Gear Solid back into discussion for Rod. MGS. It's crazy to think that first game. I mean, obviously, it's not the first Metal Gear game ever, but that first Metal Gear Solid game, that's another game that's celebrating an anniversary this year. Or celebrated it. Chimpy, can't stress enough how good of a game Sekiro is. Game of the year for a reason. That'd be hard sometimes, I think, to decide with games, because you might get 2 or 3 games that you're like, this game's awesome. But then it's like, if you had to choose one for Game of the Year, which one out of the 3 would you? Big Chimpy, that's true. The last year has been stacked with great games too, so even more relevant right now. That's it. Yeah, and I'm glad that... I mean, I haven't played Elder Scrolls 3. Not Elder Scrolls 3. Baldur's Gate 3. I mean, I haven't played Elder Scrolls 3 either, but I haven't played Baldur's Gate 3. So there weren't that many games that were in contention that I had any sort of like investment in. But it was good to see that Alan Wake won some things. Yeah, McChimpy, they did a great job with the graphics for Alan Wake 2. I was always curious what they were going to do as well because of the whole light being a major theme in the game narratively, but also visually. They do such great jobs with lighting effects in their games. Yeah, McChimpy, the rights to Max Payne are in the hands of Rockstar since they did Max Payne 3. But for the remakes, Remedy are able to actually work on those. So I don't know the ins and outs of the legal sides of things on that, but it's good that Rockstar was willing to let Remedy actually do the remakes, you know what I mean? Instead of just cutting them out and saying, hey, we're going to do these ourselves. McChimpy, that is cool. Super excited for that. Max Payne 1 was one of your favorites on the PS2. It's actually the version that I had of Max Payne 1, but I never finished the game. Something that I would like to remedy next year, actually. And I've never played Max Payne 2 or 3 at all, so that'd be good too. Should you expect to catch you in Soul-like games then? At some point, but I was always wanting to play Demon's Souls first, because I wanted to experience the very first version of that style of game, at least by From Software. There's probably been other games before they did that game that had the similar kind of thing, but McChimpy, a person has just complained to your work using the name Huge Jas. Nice giggle at the end of the shift. Nice. Tech, you're a from the beginning person too. Yeah, because sometimes it's also interesting to experience the evolution, because people who had played that the first time as their first game of that kind, when that was new, if they've enjoyed it and they've kept up with that kind of thing, then they've experienced the evolution of it as it's come out, each new one. Whereas people who go back to the first game years and years and years after it first started, they're able to kind of get that similar experience. Except in their case, they don't have to wait the amount of years between each release that the actual original people playing it had to. So they kind of get that advantage. McChimpy, you wonder if that's the real name, but they're just incredibly unfortunate. Could you imagine, though? Could you imagine their parents were big fans of pranks and all that kind of stuff? So they decided to call their child Hugh Jas. McChimpy, you never played Demon's Souls, but it's a good way to get into those games. Definitely the easiest game they've made, is it? Yeah, and the other thing is too, like, because there's the remake of Demon's Souls as well. So I don't know what platforms is the original Demon's Souls on. Is it just PlayStation, or can you get that on Xbox as well? It's just that later on they decided to make more games that were, or maybe I've seen Dark Souls on the Microsoft Store for the Xbox 360 before, and not Demon's Souls. So PS3 only, I think, for Demon's Souls. That's fair enough. Yeah. But Dark Souls isn't on all platforms. Cool. I don't know if I can get this to work, but there is a trick that you can use here. Don't know if I can trigger it, but we'll try. Alright, so if I can't get it to work after a few tries, I won't bother. But there is a way to cheese this enemy, and before the cutscene of him getting on the horse plays, you can actually destroy the horse, so he's got no horse to get on top of. Didn't work that time. I've only gotten it once before, but that was when I was actually reading a guide on how to do it. But I don't think I've ever been able to trigger it since that point. Just off the top of my head. McChimpy, this is one of the most tedious parts of the game. That is so true. Really, really is. No. Anyway, I've wasted enough time on it. Oh yeah, Tech, I'm aware of that. Sometimes you can cheese it and she'll shoot that spot even when this dude's on horseback. Alright, time to catch up on chat. game just goes like that because I'm clicking off the game window. Hey there, Stan. Welcome on in. Hey there, Rosie. There's no aiming in this game, though. There's auto-aim, and there's some weapons that you get a laser sight you can use with, like the crossbow and the Magnum Desert Eagle kind of weapon. You have to switch. You get two. You can actually find a second laser sight, but the game still treats it as one in the inventory. So you still have to swap out one laser sight on one weapon to use it on the other one, and vice versa. Chimpy, yeah, get off that horse, punk. Exactly. Stan, that was a lot of bang bang. It really was. Yeah, they can take a lot. But when they make that noise, you know that you're hitting the spot. Yeah, McChimpy, rip C-3PO. That's a good way to put it. Stan, you gotta say it. You don't like C-3PO, you think he's annoying as fuck. Well, I think there's a lot of people that would probably agree with you. He doesn't annoy me as much as it might annoy other people, but I can definitely understand why. McChimpy, he was annoying, lol. Can definitely understand why. Hey Godfather, welcome on in. For some reason today feels like Sunday, probably because you had the last week off. Well, that's cool that you had the last week off, dude. That's excellent. McChimpy, if you had to stay in a room with C-3PO or Jar Jar Binks, who would you choose? Probably C-3PO. Stan, if you were locked in a room with C-3PO from Star Wars and Socrates from AC Odyssey with one bullet, you would shoot the door lock to run away from there as fast as possible. Nice one. You love Jar Jar. Yeah, it's funny the hate that there was for that character. Which, you know, it's like, fair enough, but don't really understand exactly why. Serious hate, you know, like the ones who gave death threats to the actor Ahmed Best who played him. Like that's, you know, that's in deranged territory, the people who do that. Even if they're doing it for quote-unquote comedy. Really, yeah, McChimpy, yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's some people probably say, oh, they're just joking, you know, get over it, but, I mean, we all have different things that we find funny, and there's some people out there who would laugh at seeing someone getting killed in front of them. Does that make it comedy? Well, for people who aren't insane, deranged psychopaths, it wouldn't be funny. Tech Darth Jar Jar, Master of Disguise. Yeah, it's so funny. It'd be like if Marcos in Assassin's Creed Odyssey revealed himself to be the ghost of Cosmos. Go through the loading screen to get Lara's health refill without using more health kits. Tech, without getting too hyped up, can you believe someone in Disney uttered the words, "There was no source material, we started from scratch," shaking my head, laugh out loud. Is that something that happened? There was no source material, we started from scratch. Tech for Star Wars. Oh, okay. Right. So they're saying that we had no source material to work with, so we had to create everything on our own. Okay. tech, movies aside, comics, books, artwork, Lucas and Filoni, source material, etc., etc. Yeah. I mean, yeah, you know, you can come up with your own stuff, as in, you know, if you want to create a new character and stuff. But when it's part of a larger universe that already exists before that character was created, you still need to make sure that what you're adding fits. And this goes for any franchise. It's all well and good to add something different, but not all differences are good, you know. You can't hide behind, oh, but at least it's different, as a reason for why something that's added is not suitable or doesn't fit. Like if I did a series and the first season was done and then someone else came along and they decided, you know what, this series that has been about real people in real life, how about we add an episode where aliens invade Earth and the world is almost destroyed, but this dog gets superpowers and is able to save the world. Is that different? Yeah. Does it fit a series that has been about real, actual people who existed? No, it doesn't. You know. So when you're adding new things to something, you need to make sure that what you're adding can still actually fit and complement what has come before. McChimpy, that sounds like an alternate plot for I Am Legend. They're actually doing a sequel to that movie, the Will Smith adaptation. Which I've only seen that once, so I don't really have a lot of memories of exactly what they did. But I read the short story, and I thought that was quite good. There was actually a point in time where Arnold Schwarzenegger was going to be in an adaptation of I Am Legend. But that eventually morphed into the one that we got with Will Smith. That would have been cool though. Arnold Schwarzenegger versus vampires. McChimpy, do it. No pun intended. Yeah, that would have been interesting actually. I mean, it's an interesting story, you know, like... And there were other movie adaptations of it before as well. Except those adaptations changed the name. You had a Vincent Price version, which was called The Last Man on Earth. And then you had the Charlton Heston version, which was called The Omega Man. Both adaptations of the I Am Legend story, but they had their own changes from the actual source material as well. And then you finally, with the Will Smith version, get an adaptation that keeps the title of the story. But I think even that also made some changes too, as well. The Last Man on Earth, the one with Vincent Price, that one partly inspired George Romero with Night of the Living Dead. And without Night of the Living Dead, we wouldn't have flesh-eating zombies as a horror creature. Hey, bloodsuckers, it's time to suck on this. See, we missed out on things like that. JP, laugh myself and Gote. That would definitely be an Arnie quote for a vampire movie. Exactly. It'd be like the vampire be like, Neville, we're gonna turn you into one of us, and then Arnie's like, no thank you, and then just blows him away. I guess you could also be, instead of saying no thank you, he could be like no fangs, and then kills him. Nice face palm emote. Tech, it stopped you from spamming. Oh, the auto mod did it. You technically got it. You're too fast for the computer. Too quick. Mr. Gote, talk about saying no fang you. That's it. Yeah. Yeah, that would have been interesting, actually. There was a video game idea I had once with using the I Am Legend story as like not necessarily an adaptation of it, but just kickstarting the idea about having a game where you have day and night cycles. During the day, you can still come across vampires, but they're obviously in hidden locations. And at night time, they're out and about. And during the night, they're also trying to get in to where you're living. And it'd be a bit of a survival game as well, in the sense that you have to decide whether or not you want to go out and focus on exploring, or if you want to go out and focus on gathering materials. So, for example, you might need to fix a window that got damaged, and so if you wait too long, you might not be able to get back to your house before nightfall in time enough to fix the window. So therefore, if you're too late in getting back home to fix the window, that could be a compromised part of your house where the vampires could get in. It wouldn't mean game over if they did. It would just mean that they would get inside your place, and if it got overrun with vampires, then you would either end up dying, of course, or you would have to go and find a new base of operations or something like that. But you'd go out and you'd find materials. But when I say this, it's not in the same way that you would in a Sims game, for example. But I mean, actually make it a game that isn't like, although you could probably have multiplayer for it, but more of a narratively driven single player experience that is more than just like a 10-hour game or something, but something that focuses on surviving, getting materials. And you'd have to think of things like, do I have the ability to carry this much stuff? And so then you'd have to prioritize how much of one material would you actually take back. And you could find better transport and all that kind of stuff and get upgrades and things. But it wouldn't be something that you could just, find. And it would have to be stuff that doesn't respawn. So literally, once you use that resource from that area, you cannot go back there and hope that it's respawned for you after a certain amount of in-game time. Once you've used that resource, then it's actually done for the rest of the whole game as well. So you have to think about what you can do and what decisions to make. And sometimes your decisions could end up having a character get turned into a vampire. And if that person has knowledge of the ins and outs of your house, then that would give the vampires an advantage, and maybe they could find access points that you thought were well hidden, but the character that got turned into a vampire knows where those spots are. And all these kinds of things as well. But anyway, thanks you for redeeming the Arnie movie scene impression, Chimpy. Mr. Chimpy, yeah, with that movie scene impression. That's a great one from Total Recall. But yeah, I'll the redemption is for me to pick a random movie that he's done. Let's have a look. That's all right, McChimpy. I can definitely still do that, or because I think the other redemption is on cooldown for an hour. The one where you can put in an actual, like you can either, you can put in like an actual quote or any text in the other one, or I choose like a random movie to do like one of his quotes from. I think I have it as. But yeah, the scene impression one is one of his movies. I just take and then do a scene from it, like a random one, and just do his role in the scene. Alright, so I've got one. Tranquilizers. I wanted to use the real thing. Where's Jenny? You remember me, Colonel? I remember you, scumbag. Especially the people you've tortured and killed. Colonel Matrix, you do not understand a country like Valverde. It is a country that needs a president who has an understanding of discipline. Why tell me? Because you're going to return to Valverde, and you are going to kill the president that you helped to overthrow me. Why don't you have Bennett do it? Sounds like something he would get off on. Because President Velázquez trusts you, Colonel. After all, he made you the hero of the revolution. Why, Captain Bennett left, shall we say, under a cloud, yes? Yeah, 'cause he enjoyed killing a little too much. Your training, Matrix. You can get close to President Velázquez. You will kill him. You know, Colonel, we went to a lot of trouble to find you. We had to pretend Captain Bennett's death so that General Kirby would become agitated and lead us to you. And now that I have you, you will do exactly as I tell you. Fuck you. Daddy! Jenny! Oh, you bastards! Colonel Matrix, if you kill President Velázquez, I will send her back to you. If you try anything else, I will mail her to you in pieces. There we go, so that's from the movie Commando. Make him feel bad, Rod. Thanks for redeeming that, McChimpy. Thank you, McChimpy. Yeah, I need to actually look at scenes from his movies on YouTube and actually get more of them noted down, because I started doing that with some of his movies so I could have my own database that I could just quickly go and look, because I've been using IMDb for so long, and sometimes there's only small chunks of scenes that I know actually have a bit more to them, but they're either not on IMDb or they are, but they've separated them, and you know, I'd have to go in and configure them in order and stuff. So I've started to do that process so I can just look at my document and go, oh yeah, here's one from this movie, and then do it. Because there's a lot of IMDb for his movies where the quotes and the scenes are just, you know, two people talking and they only have one line each, you know, which if it's just going to be hello there and he's like, hello, how are you, like, that to me isn't really a scene, so I wouldn't do that as a redemption. So having more concrete and more not concrete, more lengthy in a way, like not too long, like if the scene goes on for 10 real minutes I wouldn't do it, but these scenes that are more in the movie than just one person saying one thing, then the other person replying, them saying another thing, then the other person replying. In the actual movies, there could be more to that. It's just it's not on IMDb. So I'd rather make my own document and have that I can just quickly look at and go, oh yeah, I'll do this scene from this movie this time. That prick of the thing. Radium, thank you so very much for the raid. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it. Welcome to you and your raiders. Welcome on in. Just playing some Tomb Raider Last Revelation, my favorite Tomb Raider game. Thought I'd pick this as my last game for 2023 for my Tomb Raider streams, that is. And don't think I'll be finishing it today though, so I'll have to extend it into 2024. But this is my favorite in the series, so I decided to choose this one. Hope it's going well. And Radium, thank you so much for the follow. Sorry about the 10-minute wait on new follows. I've had trolls and stalkers of the channel for years that have caused problems. So I've had to put something in place for that. But thank you so very much for the raid though. Muchly appreciated. I normally have a dedicated day every week for Tomb Raider streams, and I've been doing that for the past few years now, but starting next year I won't have a dedicated stream day each week for Tomb Raider stuff. However, I will still be doing Tomb Raider streams, doing playthroughs, my annual ones, and any anniversaries that pop up for various games in the series, plus also I might just feel like playing one of the games out of the blue. And also might want to do a challenge run or something like that. But as far as having like a dedicated stream day every week for Tomb Raider, that'll be stopping next year. Same for Assassin's Creed as well. I've had that every weekend for the past few years doing Assassin's Creed, so bit of a change for the channel, but there's so many other games and stuff that I want to get to, and so being able to free up those days that are normally dedicated for one franchise will definitely help. I tend to have multiple different games running on the channel, just on different days. I forgot it rolls around the corner into that little divot where I was standing. Take 3 times the mod paused you. Yeah, it's just to prevent people from, just spamming stuff willy-nilly without context. Hey there, Radium. Thank you again for the raid. Last Revelation is your favorite too. Lately you've been playing Sabatu's Tomb Raider 2. Yeah, this was the first game in the series that I played when it came out. And also at the time, the remake of The Mummy with Brendan Fraser had come out. And so there was two things that year that came out which were set in Egypt and dealt with, Egyptian mythology and stuff. So having those two things, and that really worked out well with the timing and stuff. But yeah, I haven't actually played that version of Tomb Raider 2 before. How is it? 90s Egypt vibes. Exactly. Yeah. So I played this and I was like, yeah, this is definitely up my alley. And especially with the style of genre this, series falls under, action adventure kind of thing. Being a fan of Indiana Jones as well, that also helped a lot. And yeah, still my favorite one to this day. There's a lot of other games that I like too in the series, but this one is still my favorite. Sabatu's Tomb Raider is interesting. It's a huge skill jump with lots of time puzzles and way too many boulders. More boulders. Yeah. And I imagine too in so many places that normally obviously those wouldn't actually appear, but them appearing without you expecting them would definitely add to the challenge as well on top. Radium, yeah, and they're in some of the most creative and frustrating places. The second one is better about it than the first. Would definitely create a fresh experience as well, because you just get so used to things being one way. And especially too, if you don't know at the outset that new things have been added too. Radium, definitely. The fresh interpretation is the main appeal, but it has hardcore mode syndrome in a few places. Yeah, which could lead to a lot of frustrations as well. And I guess too, it would test. And I'm in no way, shape, or form like knowledgeable about all the different like jumping techniques and stuff. But if you are, I imagine that could be also something that that version might add as a bit of a challenge, trying to work out how to utilize those kinds of jumps. Anyway, it's way past your bedtime. Hope to catch your streams again in the future. Thank you so much for that radium, and thank you for your patience as well after the follow, waiting the 10 minutes. That's muchly appreciated too. Thank you so much again for the raid. I hope that you have a good rest. Definitely catch you another time, and I stream every day during the week, so chances are you'll be able to come across the streams when I'm live at some point. But then of course there's time zone differences and stuff too that come into play. But I'm usually streaming around this time anyway, and a little bit before. Sometimes I might start a stream like an hour or two from this point on. I'm a bit later my time and stuff, but thanks again for the raid. Hope you have a good one.
The tablet was returned to the sands that had spawned it beneath the
The
citadel.
citadel of Saladin in ancient Cairo, foretelling of the time in the distant millennia when the stars of Orion come together. The ceremony is performed and set, entombed.
Hello, my dear. Another unannounced visit. I see you have found the scroll we unearthed. Interesting reading, yeah?
Only interesting if you know what it refers to.
Yes, quite correct, my dear. The armor on its own is no more than a curiosity, but with the amulet and the ceremonial tablet, it becomes an important historical artifact, predating the Bible by centuries.
There is more at stake here than the sum of the pieces, Von Croy. Ever heard of Armageddon? Unpleasant, even by your standards.
Rebinding the spirit of Set, putting the armor on the statue at midnight at the turn of the millennium, so on and such like. I was never a believer in this magical hocus pocus. Fools after her!
Would have been funny if someone could actually, I mean, it would have been funny if Lara could actually put on Werner's broken glasses if you were to pick them up. But you don't have to pick them up.
No.
Someone should mod them on Lara's face. Broken lens and all. Dan, so what a weather, right? What a weather. Whether it's the kind of weather that you enjoy, or whether it's the kind of weather that you don't, whatever the case may be, whether it's one or the other, the weather is what a lot of stuff revolves around. Which is probably why it's one of the most go-to topics of conversation that can be had. If you're lost for words, you can also just say, quite the weather we're having, isn't it? Come on, game, seriously? Finally. Jeez. There we go. That's better. Natty123, thank you so much for the follow.
No.
Hello there, Bandaren. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a less stressful stream session. Yeah, haven't had any rage moments in this game. There's been some little niggling things, like there was a little passageway that Lara wasn't able to swim through, even though it was actually wide enough for her to actually get through. And that took a little bit. I mustn't have had her head facing on the right pixel or something like that. But no, it's been good. How's things going with you?
No.
Damn, I'd already used it up too many times. Alright, which means it's good that I didn't save over the other save that I had before I used it the last time before that one. I think this is the one I didn't use it on. Yeah, so I didn't use it on that one before. So this was the first use on this one. And then last time I used it on here. This time, let's use it on this one instead. Bandaren, you good? Thanks. You just started Mafia 2 on hardest difficulty. Last thing you need to do in that game to get platinum. But all other tedious trophies collected. Glad to hear that you're going good, Bandaren. That's excellent. And that's cool too, that you got all the other tedious ones out of the way. I think that's the best way to go about it. If you can, of course, get those ones done early. So that's good that you only have to do it on the hardest difficulty. So what does it really, like, what does it change with difficulty? Is it simply just you don't do as much damage and they do more damage to you? Or is there also difficulties in, like, the sense of how many enemies there might be? And so they have more firepower at their disposal. Benderin, so far you've only noticed the shooting sections seem to take more easily damage, auto heal slower, enemies not showing on radar, and in driving the police seems a bit more aggressive, especially when you get a wanted level. Ah. Yeah, because I know that there's some games where it might simply just be how much health. I'll interact with that in a moment. How much health they get versus you. In the 2013 Tomb Raider game, the difficulty only really changes things about the combat. It doesn't change anything about the I don't think it changes anything about the placement of enemies or things like that, so it's not like you've got random surprises being thrown at you. Then they introduced puzzle difficulty as well, I think. I think it was puzzle difficulty. Alright, this skeleton. I'm gonna use one of these on him. Just to get rid of him. He's annoying me. So last time, this is the one that I tried to use, but I didn't have any more uses of the mechanical scarab yet left. So let's use it now. Now that I didn't use it for the other thing I did before. Hey there, Bullet Catcher, welcome. Tomb Raider 4, game back in 1998, amazing memories. Yeah, the old school Tomb Raider games. And then, especially too, if you played them on the PS1 era as well. Like, that's what I played this game on first. It's PlayStation 1. Okay, so that just led to that, which is not really exciting. I don't really care for secrets much. Because there's some that I'm like, there is one where you don't have to use it to get through because there's an alternate path. Benderin, but number of enemies seems same, and what you feared would be harder isn't, which is the hand-to-hand fighting section, because the melee fighting mechanic is really stilted and you tear your hair out at times with how some hits misses and others don't. How ironic though that that would be something that isn't necessarily affected at all on the hardest mode. You would think that that would be even more insufferable. Bullet, Tomb Raider 3 is more like a thriller when you play for the first time. Yeah, that was a good one too, as well. I like the idea that you had the first few levels that were already locked in that you had to do, but then there were 3 other locations where you could decide the order in which to do those. I thought that was quite an interesting idea. And then, of course, the last few levels were already locked in that you had to do anyway. But at least there were 3 that you could decide which order you wanted to do them in. Hello there, Senny. Good day to you, dude. How's things going, Crooked? Going good, arrived back home, so glad about that. Had a nice Christmas time with the family though. How's it going for you? That's excellent, dude. I'm glad that you had a great time with family. That's awesome. You had a great time away. And I'm glad that you got home okay and everything. It's going really good. Yeah, things are going good. Can't believe that we're only a few days away now to 2024. Just been crazy, and especially stream-wise, trying to cram in so many games as I have done. Which is something I wanted to avoid at the end of this year. Last year, I was like, oh yeah, 2023, I'll make sure not to be rushing at the end of the stream year to get things done, but that of course happened. So hopefully next year, that plan will come into fruition. and going well with this game, I won't be finishing it today in one stream, so I'll have to edit the title of the playthrough to something different. I was thinking of calling it Final Tomb Raider Game for 2023, First Tomb Raider Game for 2024. But yeah, I definitely won't be finishing this game in one stream, so the next stream would end up being next Friday, which puts us into 2024 by that point. And Darren, looking forward to the trilogy remaster so you can easily play through the earlier Tomb Raider games. That's going to be so good. It really is, because it's long overdue to do remasters. And the fact that you can also just change it to the old school graphics if you want is really cool, because it then allows players who never played the original versions to see what the graphics were like originally. And I don't know what they're doing in the way of controls, but you would think that they would be at least changing the controls to be more modern, or they might just have an option. So you can choose to have them the old school tank control way, or have them with more modern controls. Don't know how they're gonna do that, but or if they're gonna do that. But it'd be good to be able to just load those games up without having to spend 5 hours trying to figure out now, how does this patch work? Oh, so that's the patch. Oh, it helped this, but then, oh no, it fucked this other thing up. Okay, let's look in. What? Oh, okay, I fixed that other problem. It should be good. Oh no, a new problem appeared. How the fuck do I fix this? Then 10 hours later, I still have to fix this. Like, it's going to be good just to fucking load up your thing, select the game, and then boom, you're into it. Instead of having to do all that stuff. Crooked, I guess the fact that you got the Xbox streaming to work so late in the year contributed to it as well. It did. I mean, if I had to sum up my stream year for 2023 in terms of like technical stuff, it would be definitely the fact that I was really inconvenienced by the audio issues that have been happening with Xbox, which threw a spanner in the works for everything, you know. But Darren, you hope there will be some fun trophies to collect, not just lazy implemented ones. Yeah, I'm sure that there'll be, like, you know, to get all secrets will probably be one of those. Finally found another area. Okay, so to save the health kit, I'm just going to go through the loading screen and get Lara's health all filled up. I hope they haven't patched, because this is something that happens in the other Tomb Raider games as well. I hope they don't patch that out in the remaster version. The fact that going through a loading screen will give you back all your health. Here we go, finally made my way back to this spot. Bandaren, it took you half a day to set up your original Xbox correctly with the capture card and all the video signal converters, but now it's all ready and you can do your Max Payne 1 and 2 playthroughs after Mafia 2. You can even play some Splinter Cell if you want. That is a great feeling when you get things like that sorted out, and you don't have to worry then as well. It definitely helps when you solve problems like that, because it can also have a good effect on other games too as well. There's a lot of games that I thought I was not going to be able to stream anymore because they're tied to my availability of them being tied to the Xbox, like Red Dead Redemption 1. I was willing to buy Red Dead Redemption 1 again for the PlayStation to actually stream it, but now that I know I can stream from the Xbox bypassing the internal stream software, which is causing the issue normally with the stuttering audio on the stream, I can bypass that with the Xbox app and then pick up the Xbox app on OBS and then stream that way. And that way I don't have those issues. So now I know that I don't have to buy Red Dead Redemption 1 again. I can just set up the Xbox app, load up the game, and then load up OBS, sort it out, and then boom, stream it. Having said that though, the annoying thing about the Xbox app is that there's a control panel that you can minimize, but you can't completely get rid of in its minimized form. What it does is, it basically just shrinks it. And then you can move it wherever you want, and that's fine for older games where it's not so important to have, you know, the 16:9 ratio or whatnot. Like with the original Splinter Cell games, like it'd be nice to on the Xbox, but on the original Xbox, the screen resolution means that I can make the screen size bigger without having that control panel be visible. Whereas with newer games that are in full screen mode, with the Xbox app, if I have the screen in full screen, then that control panel can't be hidden at all, which then would mean when streaming it, in full screen, there would be that annoying control panel. So with newer games, I would have to compromise by putting the screen in windowed mode and then probably doing some things to fix on OBS. But the only reason I would be doing games that way is games like Batman Arkham Knight, because in Batman Arkham Knight, if you're streaming from your Xbox or your PlayStation, at certain spoiler points in the story, if you're streaming the game, the stream will actually pause. And it's not just cutscenes that it pauses over. It'll pause the cutscene that introduces the spoiler, and then it'll pause the broadcast during the battle that ensues after the cutscene. And until you do the battle and get to a certain point after the battle, your stream won't unpause. So if I was to do a playthrough in the future now, I could load up my Xbox version of Batman Arkham Knight, load up the Xbox screen app, and then stream the game without that pausing happening when the spoilers happen. However, I would have to sacrifice the screen resolution a bit in order to make sure that the control panel for the Xbox app wouldn't be visible. So I'd have to test that out and mess around with it in the future. In terms of that particular game, because I'd rather be able to play that game without the broadcast pausing at spoiler, especially because the game has been out since 2015, so you think that they would have actually patched it out by now. Hello Sadie, good morning to you. Welcome on in. I'm doing really good, thank you. Things are going well. How about yourself? Ben Darren, a small sacrifice perhaps. That's true. Yeah. And the thing is with OBS, I could probably, make it so that that's not really noticeable too much, having to change the screen size and everything like that. Because obviously with OBS, you can do some things to make the screen size on stream a certain different kind of thing. Here we have another doppelganger in the series. This doppelganger is different though, in that if enemies do damage to it, you take damage, and if it dies, you die. A little bit of a twist, because in the first Tomb Raider game, the doppelganger of Lara's, if you shoot at it, it shoots at you, and obviously it takes damage and you take damage, and then when it dies, you dies. But there's a bit of a plot hole in that, because you have to kill the doppelganger some way, and the way to do it is to trick it into falling down into a chasm. So you would think that with the logic of if you shoot at the doppelganger, it takes health off you and you can die if you shoot it. You would think that Lara would die once the doppelganger fell to their death, but it doesn't. So in this game, the doppelganger is like a statue of Lara that just stays there, and any damage that gets done to it, and enemies can attack it too, it'll actually take health off you and eventually kill you. Sadie, you're alright, you did a workout and are now regretting your choices. Oh. Your body is like, now this is what happens. This is the result of doing what you just did. About to make a cup of tea and settle with some streams. Well, that's good. That's definitely a good way to relax as well and unwind, and hopefully your body will be able to have a bit of a break too. And Ben Darren, what Microsoft does with the backwards compatibility in the up-res of older games seems to be a bit of voodoo magic, and it seems to be pretty rock solid from what you've heard. Yeah, I mean, sometimes there's graphical glitches that you only get on the backwards compatible version of something. Like I remember Assassin's Creed, well, I mean, I should rephrase that. There's some glitches, visual ones, that I've gotten on the backwards compatibility version that others might not have. But I think in Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, the backwards compatible Xbox 360 version, there's a graphical glitch where the textures for Ezio's gear, especially when doing DLC content, isn't loaded in. This looks very, very funny and very, very weird. That son of a bitch of an enemy. Kruger better stare walking animations than the new AC games. Better facial animations. Alright, there we go. I've got all the pieces of the Armour of Horus that I need. Breastplate, left greave, left gauntlet, and right gauntlet.
Congratulations! You survived to fight another day. I trust that you now have all the armor. Jean-Yves shall be escorting us to Cairo, not entirely of his own free will, I admit. A simple trade, his life for the armor of Horus. Do not take too long thinking it over. Yours apologetically, Werner.
At the start of this mission, they like to have you vulnerable to being hit by the enemy straight away. Crooked Malaka, get some water! I'm on fucking fire! So just to explain what was going on, in case people don't understand, Werner von Croy, Lara's mentor, or not really a mentor exactly, but when she was 16 years old, they went on an expedition together and they found an artifact called the Iris, and Werner got a limp and blames Lara for abandoning him, etc., etc. Fast forward years later, and von Croy is after the same artifact that Lara is. Lara takes the artifact, and which is the Amulet of Horus, and it actually unleashes the evil Set upon the world. And so Werner von Croy just now has been possessed by Set, whereas before he wasn't. So he's still a villain, but this time he's actually possessed by Set, the evil spirit of him, which was unleashed upon the world because Lara took the amulet out from its hiding spot. See, I think what I want to do is choose normal, equip, save, and this is where I'm going to take a break. Pin that to the top. Thank you so much, Seni. I definitely will enjoy the break. Thank you very much. I'll take a 10-minute break and be back then. I'll just click back on the game window and just have the ambience of the current mission playing while I'm on my break. Be back in 10 minutes. Alrighty then, back for my break. Thanks for the welcome back, Seni, and thank you for leaving the lurk as well. Hate these enemies. That shows you how unfair these games can be in terms of, like, the enemies can hit you without being visible. As in, you would think that you hang on, how can I put this? They're able to see you in their line of sight earlier than you can in yours, and that gives them the advantage to start shooting at you until you figure out where they're shooting from, in which time you're almost half dead. In Tomb Raider 2, there's parts where you're swimming in water, and the only way to get up onto something is to swim up and then go through the animation of climbing. But there's enemies, especially in the Venice level, who they can be shooting at you before you even get anywhere near the ledge to climb up. So therefore they've been given an advantage to take heaps of damage off you before you get a chance to climb up out of the water onto land and then pull out your weapon and then shoot them. I don't really like having to, I think I'll be able to do this next part without having to use the health kit. You would think that if you already have a laser sight, that picking up this one would mean you would have two, therefore meaning you could have one applied to your revolver and also one attached to your crossbow. However, for some reason they programmed it so that even if you already have one of these, when you pick up this second one, it just basically appears as one in your inventory anyway. So if I separate that and put it on its own in the inventory and pick this one up, if we look in the inventory, it'll still just show one. So that's something that would be good to patch. If they have already done it, I don't know, maybe they have. So we can still only use the one laser sight at a time to either apply to the crossbow or to apply to the revolver. Harbinger, thanks for redeeming the Arnie moving scene impression and the Red Dead 2 character quote. Oh look, you're famous. That is not Hercules. And who is that monster who looks as if he has come straight from the kingdom of the underworld? Oh no, this is a motion picture, a play. Really, you mustn't take yourself so seriously. He doesn't even look like me. Look. What? What are you doing? Oh wow. Does he? Ha ha ha. Does he? I really wish you'd put your shirt back on. He isn't supposed to look like anyone other than the actor who plays the part. What is the name of that imitator? Who gave him permission to pretend to be Hercules? I think we ought to go. Insolent. You weren't expecting that, Stead. That's from his movie Hercules in New York. Ironically, they dubbed his voice in that movie because they thought no one would understand what he was saying. Just like they also told him that your name won't fit on a movie poster and people won't be able to pronounce your name, therefore you won't be successful, therefore give up. And Arnie was like, fuck you, asshole. Not really, but now for a Red Dead 2 quote. The one I wanted fell through. I was looking for one from Conan the Destroyer, which is the sequel to Conan the Barbarian that he did, but looks like I'm going to have to watch the scene later and then transcribe it myself so I can then use it in the future. Okay, so here's a Red Dead 2 quote. What are you doing here, Dutch? Same as you, I suppose. Dutch and I teaming up once more. We got money, we got dreams. Join us, John. Join us. Let her go. Now you know I can't do that, John. Dutch. Dutch, come on now. You shot at me, son. You started it. You betrayed me. I could say the same as you. I was trying to do my best. You just cared for yourself. I think differently. So that's between John Marston, Dutch, and Micah. I had a feeling that I was putting the laser sight on the wrong weapon, because I rather use the crossbow and only use normal ammo for this. No point wasting magnum ammo on this. You gotta be careful here. If you shoot that, some bugs and shit come out. I'm just someone in Hollywood, hire Rod. And of course, aiming directly at the thing without the other thing in view at all, it still hits that thing. So those things, they end up freezing that water now so that we can actually use it to get across. Hey there, Lucinda, good morning to you. Welcome on in. Hope it's going well. It's going well. Yeah, the game's going good. I won't be finishing it today though, because there's still a lot of levels. Even if I keep going for another hour or two, there's probably going to be 10 more levels after that. So yeah, I'll be finishing it next week now. So I'll have to change the name of the playthrough from being Final Tomb Raider game for 2023 and first Tomb Raider game for 2024. I was going to start earlier my time, but there were thunderstorms about, so I didn't want to risk. Ah, of course, that puts me back to the start of the level. I was wondering what the arsehole shooting me, who the arsehole shooting me was. Listen, you had an easy day at work yesterday, so you're well rested. Woke up about 15 minutes ago, early and everything. Oh, that's good. It's always good when it ends up being an easy day. That way you don't have much of an aftermath after finishing. Now you have your 3-day weekend, but also have social plans that require you to leave the house tomorrow and Sunday. Yeah, that's the other thing too. Best laid plans. Having to reschedule things or sort of like think how you're going to do things. Thank you, game, for aiming at the enemy and then not hitting them for some reason. I will do all this again. Listen, you'll probably be on Twitch for New Year's, huh? But you stay up until midnight every night. Yeah, that's something I haven't actually thought of yet. Because New Year's Day is Alan Wake, which would mean Sunday is New Year's Eve as well. But yeah, I stay up past midnight every night, so it's just business as usual. Listen, you haven't stayed up until midnight for probably 2+ years, and it was probably for New Year's. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you get those times too where you know, depending on what kind of year you've had too, sometimes you might be like, couldn't be bothered doing anything. You know, it'll just tick over and then it'll be just, you know, the same old, same old. You have got to be kidding me. Okay. Alright. I was 1 pixel off. Listen, yeah, that'll be this year. Your New Year's plans will be in a town an hour away and you won't even be staying late. Doubt you'll make it to midnight. If you want to wake up and stream Alan Wake on Monday, that is. Yeah, that's the other consideration too. Because depends on how you're feeling the next morning after as well. I knew I should have killed that enemy at the start of the level. I didn't realize that we would be crossing paths with them again. Yeah, last time he started using grenades, but this time not. What is the difference between Iron Man and Iron Woman? One is a superhero. The other is a command. Thanks for redeeming that Arnie impression, Godfather. How's it going? The way Arnold says iron, basically his I see what you mean now. I get it.
No.
I died because Lara in the vehicle can take damage. Which, if you're landing from a high point, I could understand. But if you're not, if you're simply just going over rough terrain, it shouldn't do that. And I'm just being stubborn and not using health. Well, I suppose I can use one small medipack out of 46. I don't like doing that, but... Someone forgot to redo what they did before they died last time, forgetting that they had to do that again after reloading the save. Hello there, Cody. Good morning to you, dude. How's it going? That's awesome, Cody. Glad that you're going great. As for me, I'm doing really well. I'll have to change the title for this playthrough though, because I won't be finishing the game today, and I've already got the 30th and 31st of December set for other games. So it means that the rest of this playthrough will be finished in 2024 next Friday. Cheers, dude. And Monday, the 1st of January, is already locked in for what I'll be playing. And that's Alan Wake Remastered. Harbinger, when are you playing Alan Wake 2 New Game Plus for the new ending? I'll be playing it once I've finished Alan Wake Remastered, American Nightmare, and Control. So I'll be doing the AWE DLC for Control, but I'll also do the Foundation DLC for Control, because then that can count as my annual Control playthrough. Harbinger, not that you were paying a lot of attention, avoiding spoilers for games you want to play yourself. Yeah, it can be like a minefield, trying to make sure that you don't get spoiled for certain things. It can be difficult sometimes. So it'll probably take a while, although I will be doing, and this is the thing, like, the first week of January, on the Friday, it'll have to be this game now, because I won't be finishing this game today. So what most likely will happen is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday is Alan Wake Remastered, and then Friday next week will be this game, and then Saturday will be Black Flag. However, Saturday being Black Flag, it'll be a very short stream, because that unique playthrough that I've been doing, where I left it off at last time, 4 months ago, it's not very far from the end of the game. But I'll probably do Freedom Cry as well as part of that too. So that'll be January the 6th when I'll do that. And then I think I'll be starting Red Dead 2 for my annual playthrough on the Sunday. Although I could very well need the Sunday for Freedom Cry, so. But I'll be starting a playthrough of Red Dead Redemption 2 next year as well. And that'll be on weekends. That'll take the place of Assassin's Creed on weekends. Yeah, I'll still need to use the friggin' quad bike to get up over this thing. Hey there, Chris. How's it going? So it'll be a big year for Red Dead 2 on the channel next year. I'll do my annual 2024 playthrough, and then I'll jump back to my in-depth camp dialogue, antagonize playthrough back to back for the rest of 2024. And it'll probably bleed over into 2025 as well. Because that playthrough is a long one. Because I've got to replay the game a second time, but greeting everyone in camp. Plus, getting the high honor ending. Chris playing the best Tomb Raider. Could limit Cairo to one level in a cutscene as it's redundant, but you don't mind Cairo as most people do. Yeah, I don't really have anything that I would have liked to see, you know, shortened or taken out or combined or anything really myself, but I guess some places could have just been one separate kind of thing. Actually, I didn't need the fucking Elrod. I didn't really need the bike after all, because where I needed to go was over this way. You don't need the bike to get to this spot. But I'll be ending the stream soon, once I get to the next section. Harbinger, where we are going, we won't be needing eyes to see Event Horizon. I've already dealt with these gun turrets. Ben Darren, one of the best moments in that movie is when the captain watches the recording of what happened to the crew that went to the other dimension and is like, screw this, we're leaving. Exactly. Yeah. And I love how he's given the command to, what they're going to do and launch attack missiles at the Event Horizon until she's destroyed. And then Sam, Dr. Weir is protesting and he's like, fuck this ship. Always love that line. So getting up by climbing that way, the reason I did it like that is because if you just climb on the ladder normally, as in if you grab the side like this, see how Lara's legs are just dangling? If her legs are dangling because you're on the left or right side of the ladder and you move up, she'll do that kind of progression. And that's why the bull, or whatever he's called, won't actually hit the ground. But if you climb the normal way, quote unquote normal way, where Lara's feet are actually on the wall as well, this is what happens. It'll keep banging the ground, therefore causing you to fall. So to prevent that, you gotta climb up the ladder where Lara is kind of like leaping up with just her hands, and then he won't do it. Just wanted to show the difference between the two climbing methods, to show that one way he will hit the ground, the other way he won't. And let's get Lara's health back to full. There we go. Alright, so this is where this guy is. Okay, so make a save here, and this is where I will resume the playthrough next Friday. Let's close the game down, do some things on my end, and do my outro stuff. Get some Tomb Raider music to play in the background from this game. Alright, so I'll have that music play in the background while I get things sorted on this end. Excellent, so Crooked is actually streaming today, and he's doing Witcher 3, The Wild Hunt. That's awesome. He's playing through that game on the hardest difficulty, but if that's not hard enough, he's also playing without the HUD at the same time. And for a bit of fun on top, he's actually playing Geralt as an evil, greedy bastard. So in all the dialogue choices, whatever choice leads to outcomes where he can get the most money out of something, or if it's the main priority, or whatever the case may be, he goes for that. And there's definitely been some interesting choices as a result of that already in that game. So that's where we're going to raid out to. Before I do that though, I just want to give some shout outs. Would like to highly recommend people check out Lucinda's channel. Lucinda is doing a stream today and also Saturday of Cult of the Lamb. On Monday, she'll be starting a playthrough of Alan Wake, and that'll be her secondary game. Or will that be your primary game? I can't remember now. Oh yeah, it'll be your secondary game because Lucinda's primary game that she'll be playing through is Assassin's Creed Valhalla. She most recently finished Assassin's Creed Odyssey and will be beginning Valhalla on, I believe it is the 8th of January. Alternates 1 week with her primary game and then the secondary game from week to week. So after this weekend it'll be her secondary game, and then the following week after it'll be the primary game, Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Mr. Gote plays games like Mortal Kombat 11. He's also a fan of the horror series Outlast, as well as the Dead Space games, and also the supermassive horror games, the Dark Pictures series. Tylian plays a lot of third-person action-adventure games like Alan Wake, as well as Control, Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, and the Horizon Zero Dawn games, among other ones. Amateur Tech is playing through the Tomb Raider games as well, doing a playthrough of the series, currently on Chronicles, the next one after this game, and also doing Angel of Darkness, the Tomb Raider Anniversary, Legend and Underworld games, and then after that the 2013 reboot and its two sequels, Rise of the Tomb Raider and Shadow of the Tomb Raider as well. Radium is doing a playthrough of Tomb Raider 2, however it's Sabotu's version of Tomb Raider 2, so it's a version that has been done with the Tomb Raider level editor and probably a few other patches and mods as well. Also highly recommend checking out Sadie. Sadie is doing a playthrough of Batman Arkham Asylum. It's her first playthrough of any of the games in that series. So Sadie's playing that for a first time playthrough, and also highly recommend people check out Shin as well. He's playing Cyberpunk 2077, is also a fan of JRPGs and MMORPGs as well. Lucinda, your secondary, yeah. I had to think for a second there, because I was like, because I couldn't remember if you're taking a break from Assassin's Creed to do other stuff for a little bit, which if you were to be doing that, that's definitely understandable, because you've been going through quite a lot of games in the series from, one to the next. No worries at all for the shout out, Lucinda. Absolutely no worries at all. Just want to thank everyone for watching. I really do appreciate it. The next stream of this will be next Friday. I'll have to update the schedule. However, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, I need to edit that because it's now Friday here, and it would be Friday in a lot of other places now. Thursday will also be Alan Wake, and then next Friday will be Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation. Now, the thing about Alan Wake being Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and Thursday next week, I could finish it on Tuesday, and so therefore it would be a different game. So my About Me on my channel page, I update that regularly to actually reflect what games are actually being done on what days. So when I finish Alan Wake Remastered, the next game after that will be Alan Wake's American Nightmare, and I'll update my About Me when we get to that point. So by the time people check in on the stream, I might have actually finished Alan Wake Remastered and onto Alan Wake American Nightmare. But that's the schedule. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday next week is Alan Wake Remastered. Friday will be this game again, and then Saturday next weekend will be Black Flag to finish off my unique playthrough. However, tomorrow it'll be my Phase 6 playthrough that I'm finishing off in Black Flag, and then on Sunday I think I'll be doing Freedom Cry as well as Saturday, because that's what I'm up to in that playthrough as well, and then try and fit in the Assassin's Creed Torch Challenge in there somewhere. But I'll more concretely have the channel schedule changed once we get through the first week of January. Here's a raid message that people can feel free to use. That's a general one that both non-subs and followers can use. Here is one that has some free follower emotes attached to it. And here is a variation with some of the subscriber emotes that I have. And let's kick off the raid to Crocodiles. Lucinda, nope, you're actually more motivated to finish them up. We'll probably be coming up on almost a year by the time you get done with Mirage. Well, that's true, because Valhalla, even doing just the main game, and, there might be some side missions that you come across that you think, oh, this will be cool, and go off and do that and all that kind of stuff. The only thing is, they throw a lot of content at you very early on in the game, and some of that content is more suited for later on in the story, because there's characters and stuff that get mentioned that you're like, who is this character? Why is the character so friendly with them? We've never met them before in the game. So I think they really did a bad job at really sort of like new players coming in to the game, you know, because it's like 2 years worth of content. And that's not just the big 3 DLCs that you had to pay for. There's also all the free content that they released over that 2-year period as well. Yeah, Lucinda, yeah. But yeah, it's definitely a big time sink, even just doing the main story. That's for sure. Thanks everyone for watching. Hope you all have a good one. The next stream you'll see from me will be Alan Wake. If you see me streaming Alan Wake, then you know it's become... no, the next stream, sorry, will be Assassin's Creed Black Flag. Freedom Cry.